Hello. So, hello everyone. We are going to start with the session. So, the name of the session is called Confronting Gender Inequalities in Science. I'm going to be your chair, and I have two very important guests with me. My name is Luisa Echeverria. I am the acting president of the OWSD, and today I am here with two very beautiful colleagues from Africa and Latin America. If Dominica is happen to be here, can also join us here in the front. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to present them really quick. Dr. Jackie Kado serves as Executive Director of the Network of African Science Academies, a Nairobi-based consortium of 32 national academies dedicated to advancing scientific excellence and strengthening science policy interfaces across Africa. So this is Jackie. We have also Professor Chingarande, who is professor of sociology with a PhD in sociology, and she's the Vice Chancellor of the Women's University in Africa and previously served as the Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Zimbabwe Ezequiel Guti University. And we have also Liliana Lopez Forero, who is a Colombian researcher and university professor specializing in gender studies, communication, and culture. She's part of the UNESCO Chair on the Prevention of Violence Against Women, and she's working very active in the Colombian Caribbean coast. So, I will be giving some words regards the opening of this session, and after this, we're going to start. We want to do a very active session, right? So, I'm going to be asking some questions to my colleagues, and also we want to hear your experiences, right? So, around the world, gender inequalities in science remain deeply entrenched. Despite meaningful progress in recent decades, women continue to be underrepresented in senior academic positions and also in decision-making roles. Often, we face unequal access to research funding and publication pathways. And also we experience implicit and explicit biases that shape the scientific trajectories. Structural barriers, as we could witness in the last days, also cultural barriers, included limited institutional support, persistent gender stereotypes, disproportionate care responsibilities, and hostile workplaces continue to shape women's participation in science and innovation across the globe. So across the regions, these challenges take different forms, but share common roots. In Africa, for instance, many women in STEM face resource limitations, gender expectations, and systemic exclusion from scientific leadership. In Latin America, gender-based violence, precarious research systems, and uneven public policies create layers of vulnerability, layers that sometimes are invisible. In Asia and Middle East, cultural norms and institutional structures often limit women's access to advanced research careers. Even in high-income regions, Women remain underrepresented in senior research roles, experience slower career progressions, and face persistent pay and recognition gaps. This is our reality. Yet globally, there is a growing momentum, and that's a very important message for today. It's a growing momentum that we are experiencing right now to transform this landscape. Increasingly, institutions and networks are developing gender-sensitive policies, implementing mentorship and leadership programs, investing in capacity building, and strengthening visibility for women scientists. International organizations such as OWSD and other organizations are emphasizing the importance of diversity for scientific excellence and innovation, while regional alliances advocate for systemic change supported by evidence-based policy. That's what we are also advancing within OWSD. So within this evolving context, the OWSD, Global Assembly, and this global interregional dialogue is a timely and strategic platform for reflection and exchange. And today, we want to share and explore challenges in order to identify collaborative and viable solutions to reduce gender inequalities in science across regions. Sometimes what we do in Africa, we can also do in Latin America, in Asia, and also in the Arab region. So I'm going to start with some questions for my colleagues. We're going to be talking about shared challenges, strategies and good practices, interregional collaboration, and transformation and leadership. We believe strongly that we can really transform our societies through leadership. So that's why the transformative part is in the end. So I'm going to start with the first question to my dear colleagues. What are the most persistent barriers women face in science and innovation across the different regions here represented? So Jackie, let's go ahead with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Luisa, and it's truly an honor to be able to speak with you today on a different topic other than just the science itself. So my name, as you've heard, I'm Jackie Kado. I work with the Network of African Science Academies. We are based in Nairobi, Kenya. We currently have a membership of 32 science academies. Now, if you've interacted with academies before, you definitely know they're very male and very gray. Simply because the cutoff or criteria that ensures that you become a member of an academy is stringent on number of publications, years of doctoral training, and sometimes without even consideration of the gender roles that the scientists themselves have to go through. So the short answer, Luisa, to your answer, what are the common challenges that we see or we find with academicians, especially if they're women and pursuing science? I'll do that in threefold. One is the fact that there's a pipeline problem. And the pipeline problem simply means that there are fewer girls in the continent that are pursuing science, STEM as a whole, science, technology, engineering, or mathematics, as a career option. This is because the way education is set up is that you find beyond secondary school, there's a stereotypical or societal bias that sort of leans the STEM subjects on the male side, that you have, for you to pursue a STEM career, you need to be male. The tenacity of pursuing that career is impossible if you're a woman. So that stereotype creates for us a pipeline problem. The second problem is then retention. If you are able to pursue science beyond your secondary school, then the problem that you will face is to continue in that scientific career. Simply because after high school, you join university, then your gender roles issues come into play. It is at that time that most of us get married. It is at that time that we start seeing meaningful contributions to society or to our spheres of influence besides academia. It is finding social relevance in what we do and finding meaning of life, the existential questions that would put you outside of your career. So then retention becomes a problem. The third problem then is representation gap. If you manage to persist and be retained in the pipeline, you manage to persist and continue to pursue a scientific career, then you are faced with lack of role models. Simply because representation at the highest echelons of scientific career, to be a president of a science academy, to be a vice president, have serious roles, even a VC at a university, it is very minimalistic to find scientists, women scientists for that matter, pursuing those highest echelons of leadership. We've tried to find out what is the reason why do women steer clear of those high-profile roles. And what we've discovered is uniquely interesting, that women like to be invited. Who invites you to pursue a leadership position in any academic landscape? So those are the three main issues we see. But then we conclude then, having listed those three, that the non-inclusion of women scientists in those three areas makes science itself lose in some way or the other. But it also becomes a systematic problem. It's systemic. It's something that you need to overhaul the system so that when you're looking at career pursuance in STEM education or STEM careers, then you need to start from the bottom up. You don't start from the top to solve those problems. Thank you.
Very interesting, Jackie. So let's go with Liliana.
Thank you so much for having me today here. I will summarize in 3 words, because we all know what the problems that we as women have, but also the LGBT communities and the non-binary persons that are in academia, at faculties, because we face it as women in academy, as women in science. I will say recognize, connect, and act. The first thing is to recognize our own biases and our own privilege as women in academia, because I am standing here speaking in English, I understand Spanish and a little bit of French. That is a privilege that we were talking yesterday, because there are women in rural areas, women in other parts of our countries that don't have the access, the same access that we have to knowledge itself. And that if we don't recognize our own biases and we don't work in our own biases, how are we going to act and connect to help those women, those non-gender people, those non-binary people, LGBT communities, to engage in academia and to pursue STEM, for example, fields? So that is the first thing. Recognize ourselves in the system that we have been taught, the misogynism, the sexism, and in those structural things that you were saying. The second thing is connect, because one of the things, as I was talking to some of you, is that we feel lonely, that we think that the things that matter to us is just a matter of individuality, and it's not. So the second challenge is to connect, to ask ourselves and know that we are not alone in this struggle, that we are not alone, and that there are organizations, that there are foundations, that there is like this organization, OWSD, that can help us thrive those gaps. So don't be alone, so connect to each other. And the third is act, the call to action that we have been talking, because that is one of the challenge, that as the minister said, the woman minister said, fear make us stop, make us feel that we don't want to say something, that we don't want to engage in participation, that we don't want to engage in leadership position. So we have to overcome that fear, as she said, and we have to act. And the way that we recognize, connect, and act is the way that we can acknowledge those challenge, but also to connect to each other and act.
Perfect. So let's go ahead and hear you, Dominica.
Thank you very much. I would want to refer to a study that we conducted with support from IDRC. Some of the findings of that study, of course, resonate with what my colleagues here have already said, so I will not repeat what they've already said. It's an indication that the challenges are not only unique to our context, but they also apply to other contexts as well. So I'll talk about lack of gender-responsive policies. We could have policies in place, but those policies might not be reflecting the lived realities of women. The acknowledgement that men and women are born differently and they are raised up differently. So the absence of gender-responsive policies is one critical gap that is causing persistent challenges for women in science. The other issue, which is of course linked to this one, is the issue related to equity. We have for so long been focusing on equality. How many men, how many women are participating in this particular initiative, but we have not gone further to address issues of equity, which realize the differences in experiences of women and men, which I think relates to the issue of funding as an example. The way funding is made available, in some cases, it's the package itself is not responding to the lived realities of women. For example, you would find in some cases funding with an age limit of 35. Yeah. And in those instances, you and I would agree that when we go to our university, as mentioned earlier, in some cases, women have social pressure to get married and assume other gender roles, which in some instances would force them out of education for some time and resume maybe around 35 or thereabout. So as a result, those experiences are not recognized in funding profiles or opportunities. We have also discovered that over the years, there has been a gap in career guidance. We have so many brilliant female students. I'll give an example of Zimbabwe, the study that I mentioned earlier. Most of whom would drop mathematics at O level, or ordinary level, that's what we call it in Zimbabwe. And yet mathematics is a requirement at advanced level and also on entry to university. So the need for proper career guidance remains a critical challenge to be addressed. We cannot address it, of course, at university level, because as I indicated earlier, some of these challenges emanate even at tender ages. So we need to fix those challenges in the tender lives of the female species. So that's another issue that needs to be addressed. Then finally, I've also realized from our study that we lack research by Africans, particularly female Africans, speaking for themselves, proffering solutions that are context specific. So that evidence, I think it's a reality. The gap in evidence is a reality that also needs to be addressed for us to address the challenges that women in science are facing. Thank you.
Excellent, Dominica. We have time to hear someone from the public, maybe from another region which is not represented here in the panel. If you want to express another challenge that you are experiencing.
This is from Asia. We also share some similar, cultures and experiences. So it resonates, our experience as well. So I guess depending on the country, we have little differences, but more or less similar. So we all are in the same boat. I guess some policies are implemented. I think I shared yesterday as well. Some good things, but most of the countries are still evolving. But in general, when we look at Sri Lankan context, actually, when you look at the grades for science subjects, actually girls are performing very well. So in our university community, we have few Sri Lankans in the audience. Actually, we are experiencing that more girls, even in engineering, 4.0 GPA batched off are from, girls. So that is a difference that we have seen. I don't know in other countries, in Asia, we have Nepal as well.
So I'll add to that. I am Pratibha from Nepal. I'll add in terms of context from intersectionality such that she was talking about, and coming from a place of privilege that also asks for responsibility. So I come from more of a privileged background in the sense where I was born, Kathmandu, which is the city, so access to education, everything, mindset, very different. But as we go, so there are three reasons in Nepal: mountain, middle hill, and then the flats of south. South is predominantly like where women are married really early. They're not let to go out of the house very often. So intervention in the south of Nepal is very different than the hilly and the mountain region of Nepal, where you can't just sensitize girls in school, but you also have to sensitize the families itself. So we also have like research institutes where we have this Science in Society program where we go from north to the south of the country and do different kind of interventions to show why science is in our everyday life and why it is important to educate women in science. And when we go as scientists in the south of Nepal, as a woman scientist, we have to have this man who may not know about science standing beside us so that they can escort us in certain regions so that we feel safe, we're not judged and things like that. So I think it's a very contextual thing. While we talk about all of this, we also have to talk about our privileges when we talk about our successes and feel this responsibility to support the ones who are out there who don't have any access or support or information. Thanks.
Excellent.
Thank you. I'm also representing Nepal. I like to add a data about the Nepal. The UNESCO says that just only 7.8% of the women in STEM. And we have published Who is Who from my academy, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, just scholars of the PhD who did a PhD. And then I just calculated how many of us. Then I found that just only 16% is, this is very pretty bad. And UGC, University Grant Commission, always published the yearly report also, and it shows that in the bachelor level, there was a 55% is women in STEM. but in masters it's just 16%. In PhD, just enrollment is 16%, and we can found the leaky pipeline, and because of the less opportunity of job also and others family responsibility. And I would like to add the one thing, this is very important issue, to increase the age limit is also very important, because you know that I also started my PhD after 35 because of my others family responsibility. And I also did an analysis of the data that most of the women from the Nepal, they did their PhD after 35. Thank you so much.
So this is a very interesting discussion also regarding the ages. So that's very, very important. So we are going to share right now some strategies and good practices, right? Because as we said at the beginning, maybe the strategies and good practices that we are implementing in one region, we can apply to another. So I asked to my colleagues here, which policies or initiatives have proven to be most effective in advancing women's participation, leadership, and visibility in research. We have been talking a lot about this topic, but we have also been focusing on the area of leadership. How can we really give the tools to the women to transform their ecosystem through leadership? Jackie.
Okay. Thank you. First, I feel the need to say, I think just after the 3 presentations we had from the floor, that even as scientists, we need to respect choice for the women to take on other gender roles. But then the thing that we need to pursue is those decisions have to be informed. Because if you're making them in ignorance, then that's where we lose. But if it is an informed decision, then we absolutely need to support it as well, because we also need good families and better scientists for the future, and that requires nurturing. For NASAC, and I'll giving my strategies and good practices based on my work at NASAC. One, we realize is that across Africa, there's actually encouraging progress, that policy is able to meet accountability. And I want to echo what Dominica said at the beginning about having intentional policies. I come from Kenya, and I can tell you that in the law, there's actually the 1/3 rule, that when we're looking at legislators, there need to be at least 1/3 of them from the women gender. But the thing is this, if you take that rule on its own, as a woman, it will be difficult to implement. The implementation bit of those good policies that are written in paper actually need the men to support it. Because for us, even when we have parliamentary discussions around gender, the people who are loudest about what the country needs to do are actually men. So the first thing, even when we have intentional policy, which is our first strategy, is to get the buy-in for the men that there's value addition that women bring on board when they're included in the framework of things. The second thing is institutional reforms. Within academies, NASAC has always championed for policies that improve gender representation, starting from leadership. So for instance, when we seek nominations for board chairs, for working group membership, it is always encouraged that one, when we need to select, then the nominations have to be 1 male, 1 female, so that you do not have a sweeping situation where all nominees for a particular leadership position, you only have to choose from men. So it gives us that leeway, because you set the criteria that we need both genders represented. When the selection is being made, it is possible then to have that balance. But then also the aspect of mentorship, when you're looking at institutional reforms. Mentorship for us is key, because the few women scientists we have, we spread them thin to ensure that they actually act as role models. They are a rare species, so we overwork them, overuse them, but that is how we get the word out that they can actually make a difference. So that institutional reforms, it means that we are not just asking you to be part of working group or part of an activity, but to lead, to chair those sessions, to be able to represent your organization and even vie for presidency. So that encouragement helps institutionalize those reforms. But then third and last is the visibility and voice. NASAC is currently developing a publication that is looking at enhancing the role of African women scientists in science diplomacy. And specifically, we are looking at war-torn areas. This is really dear to me because in war-torn areas, the people who bear the brunt of political insensitivities are actually the women, not forgetting the children. We've realized, even in publishing this publication, in writing this publication, that the role of women is significant and most of the times go unnoticed and are just celebrated as unsung heroes. We need to give those women visibility. We need to articulate their role, their contribution to ensuring we have peace, their contribution to ensuring that there's reconstruction after war. It is a significant, caring job that most women do even without academic qualifications, but we need to shine a light on them. Other than promising these practices that include women in science mentorship or grants that target women-led research for activities that are best for the research, or even pursuing leadership incubators, and I think that is something that OWSD has done very well through their chapters. We see the change and the transition growing rapidly in the continent. These initiatives work best if they are linked to policy. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Jackie. Let's go ahead with Liliana.
Yeah, it's hard for me because I think we have an awesome experience there at a university, but it's not a matter just of our university, it's a matter of the region. And we have been connecting to all of the institutions at the region that are working with gender-based violence and gender-based issues, and we connect. So I kind of wrote a thing that I wanted to say to you, that it's not a matter of numbers, but it's a matter of connection. And to connect, we have to tell a story. To tell a story, because numbers, as we have seen, is just numbers. Data is just data, as we were talking. So data needs to tell a story. And to tell a story, we have to have an intention. So if we don't have an intention that is clear, a way to, a place where we stand up and we can say, okay, we're going to this path, we have to know to walk the walk. You know, there's a road, but we have to walk that walk and take the first steps. And the first step is to create community. To create safe spaces in your own universities, in your own institutions, yourself. You have to do it yourself. Each one of you. Create a space, get together with other women, but women from the communities. Women from the inside of the institution, but also from the outside of the institution. That's what we have been doing. That's how we have, after a lot of years of working, we have created the first PhD in gender studies in Colombia. That's how we create the Cátedra UNESCO addressing gender-based violence against women. That's how we create, that's how we have a vice dean, a vice academy dean, and she's a woman. That's how we have a vice academy a vice dean in research, and she is a woman. That's how I'm the director of the Department of Social Sciences, and I'm a woman. That's how we have a dean of engineers, and the last one was a woman, that was my mother, and I'm here because of her. And now we have a woman, because we connect to each other. And thank you. And that is how we incubate ideas and make them grow, to connect. But the first thing is, you know, that each one of you has a story to tell. So tell it.
Excellent, Liliana. Let's hear Dominica.
For me, the challenges that women face are quite complex. So they require a multifaceted approach to addressing. So as a university, we have come up with a number of initiatives trying to address those challenges. And of course, I give credit to IDRC for supporting the initiative. First of all, the issue of policies is critical. So as a university, as a starting point, of course, we conducted a study, a gender audit of the whole institution to find out the situation for us to have a baseline to work from. So we established quite a number of gaps within the university that needed to be addressed. And one of those gaps related to policies. So we went on to craft policies, gender responsive policies, and ensure that every policy in the university is engendered, including procurement policies. So every policy, including human resources policy, on top of having a standalone policy on gender, we have engendered all our policies. So from that particular perspective, we've tried to address some of the challenges that include work-life balance, as an example. And in our HR policy, we have also enshrined paternity leave. Even if at national level, our government has not yet enacted paternity leave as part of the Labour Act. But as a women's university, we thought we needed to embrace that to address some of the challenges that women face. We have also provided for anti-sexual harassment as a policy because we have realized that some of the barriers and challenges that women face result in sexual harassment, and some also emanate from sexual harassment. So we thought we also needed a framework that addresses sexual harassment as a barrier and also as a response to women empowerment. In some cases, sexual harassment comes as a backlash for women empowerment. So we've addressed that. And we've ensured also that within our policy, we have, through our study, established that most of our institutions have included a gender module for students. But we have not made any effort to address gender awareness amongst the staff. We assume that they know. So as an institution, we have made a deliberate effort to enshrine within our policy gender awareness or gender training. Within the first 2 weeks of your employment, you should go through a gender training. And for those within the university, there are regular gender awareness sessions in a bid to create an institution that is a culture of gender equality. So we want to ensure that the institution itself is a culture of gender equality. So we've gone further as well to enshrine all these in our strategic plan and ensure that there are mechanisms for monitoring progress. So within our strategic plan, we have one of the indicators is the percentage of women in leadership. And we are monitoring that. The strategy is running from 2023 to 2027. And we are monitoring that. We have also, that's in a way trying to address the gap of females in leadership. And strategically, we have ensured that we have the Vice Chancellor being a woman. The council chairperson is also a woman. The board chairperson is also a woman. Not by affirmative action. Yeah. I think that I should make that clear. And within our student representative body, the SRC, the Student Representative Council, the president is female. So we have tried also to ensure that there are role models around the university. In terms of some of the gaps that we have identified, we have a daycare center at the university we appreciate that females in some cases face challenges. In some instances, we have had females complaining that my maid did not come back from their off duty. They went for an off during the weekend and they didn't come back. So I failed to come to work because I don't have anyone to leave my child with. So we have a daycare center at the university, which is meant to address that particular gap. We also appreciate that for some of our staff members and also students, they may come with their babies to work and to the university in general. So we have a nursing mothers lounge within the university. And above all, we have established a gender and diversity center. We believe as an institution, we cannot address these issues on our own. So we need to engage with stakeholders. So our Gender and Diversity Center has a responsibility of mainstreaming gender internally, overseeing the mainstreaming of gender internally, but it also has a responsibility of interfacing with stakeholders who include the community, who include government, the private sector, providing so many services, including gender audits, including gender awareness training sessions. So we provide a service to our stakeholders from the perspective that we believe it's a collective responsibility. We cannot therefore achieve what we want to achieve on our own. We have also, through our university, established a STEM center. We are saying we need to provide a platform for mentorship, both formal mentorship and informal mentorship. So that center interfaces with high school, female high school students to build a leadership, future leadership, current leadership. So we are cognizant of the fact that we need to have this generational perspective to gender issues. So through our STEM center, we are providing those mentorship services, both of course informally and formally, covering issues including to do with confidence building, public speaking, AI. I think our director for the Gender and Diversity Center is here. She can also add on some of the initiatives. We also have a gender-focused research strategy because, as I indicated earlier on, we lack voice from African women in terms of research. So that particular strategy is meant to address that particular gap. And we have funding to support those initiatives. We also have a gender equality committee within the university, on top of the gender champions amongst the students and amongst our staff members. We also have a gender equality committee that reports to Senate on achievements, challenges, gaps related to these issues. I guess those are some of the initiatives.
That's a lot, but very good,
Yeah.
very impressive, the work that you have been doing at the university. I think we have heard very good practices, but we want to hear you also from the public. Do you have another good practice to mention?
Please clap for the gentleman, guys.
Thank you very much, and insightful presentation from the panelists. Appreciated. So my name is Titus Kisangao, and I work for National Research Fund in Kenya. Why I stand and I joined this session is because of one interesting project that we ran, working with the Human Research and Science Council, as well as Science Granting Council's initiative. Some of you might be aware of them, supported by IDRC, and we worked with different country councils, about 14 of them, African councils. And I was privileged to be part of the team that was leading Kenyan Council. What we did was a project focused on enhancing gender equality, inclusivity, and intersectionality, integrating in research. Why was this so key and important for us is, as a funding agency in Kenya, we realized that about 30 or 35% of the research proposals that we are receiving, and even the funding that we're giving, it's about that 5% of women. You can imagine. And that was a highlight for us. We did not even imagine of that. We were not even aware, as a funding agency, that we are funding about 35 to 40% of women. Now, among this, we also realized that among this 35%, all the research that we are funding that focused on women or was funded to women researchers, it's actually about 100% success as compared to the men that we are funding in different projects. Now, interestingly, one of the key highlights and the things that we have done or learned is we have had quite interesting inequalities that are structural and systematic. And I would say this is because I know you've mentioned several things and interesting stuff. Structural and systematic barriers in the sense of in different countries we have enhanced approach to gender equality. And we have commissions, like Kenya, we have a commission that focuses on gender equality and all that. But we have not focused much on the research funding. We have not embedded all these gender issues into the research proposals and the research work itself. And we were challenged at one point to just think of vehicles. Did you even know that the safety belts, whoever came up with the safety belts, had a mind of a man, not a woman? Think of a vehicle that you have on safety belts. As a lady, does it reflect you? No. Right. So that tells us in the research funding, we need to integrate inclusivity, we need to include gender aspects. And what we have done as Kenya, we went on to call on different researchers, we trained them, capacity built them on integrating gender equality and intersectionality in their research proposals. And we also focus also on the reviewers, because once we send out calls for proposals, we have reviewers, and they also have gender bias. And at some point, you realize that we have limited women getting funding from projects that we have sent out calls for. And so for us, the insight is that most of the researchers that we are training or we are having capacity building sessions with, they were not even aware of these gender aspects in the research aspect of it. And we need to collaborate more. We need to integrate this aspect in the research proposals and even in the research work itself. And what we are learning again is for us to overcome these barriers, institutional reforms are very key, capacity building is very key, and collaborative frameworks that embed gender equality and intersectionality. It's very key. Like now for NRF, or National Research Fund, what we have now deliberately done is to ensure that all staff that are involved in the research funding are trained on gender aspect. All reviewers are taken through the session, and all the researchers that we have already funded, we also take them through the session on gender inclusivity and intersectionality. Thank you very much.
So we have one last remark, and then we are going to the last part of our session.
Thank you. It's just, I'm just adding the impact of the OWSD here. After I just get the OWSD Elsevier Foundation Award in 2019 and OWSD Earlier Career Fellowship in 2019. At that time, my Vice Chancellor of Nepal Academy of Science and Technology established the Women Scientist Forum in NAST. This is one impact. And another impact is that from that year, we started to provide the award to the women scientists in Nepal from 2019. I'm just talking about the recognition is also very important for many scientists as well as women scientists. I just want to add the things that changed because of my award, and now we are giving the many recognition to the many scientists. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have come to the last part of our session, and we're going to be talking about transformation and leadership, right? So, what forms of leadership and collective action are needed to achieve lasting gender equality in science worldwide? I need you also to think about interregional collaboration, right? What can we do, okay, to foster real, lasting leadership in science? So, Liliana, now we are going to change a little bit the order.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to tell the names exactly because I don't want to make a mistake. Oops. Last week, as I was telling you, I'm the head director, I'm the director of the Department of Social Science and Humanities at Universidad Simón Bolívar in Barranquilla, Colombia. And we were invited to the Académie des Sciences in Paris last week. With the Inter-Academy partnership, because we are talking about interregional experiences, in collaboration with the U.S. National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, and we were at a workshop on examining sexual harassment in academia across international contexts. And we were from Colombia, Universidad Simón Bolívar of Barranquilla, a university from India, a university from New Zealand, Australia, Ghana, Nigeria, and I forget the last country. And what we agree there are the shared values that we will have as not only as organization, as university, for example, Universidad Simón Bolívar, University Simón Bolívar, but also at stakeholders, as an organization like the Académie des Sciences at France, at the United States, in Canada, etc., at OWSD. And I would like to share those shared values that we agreed on. It's to work on addressing gender-based violence, sexual harassment, but gender gaps in general. The first one is human dignity, global interconnectedness, scientific integrity, shared commitment, shared but contextualized framework, and that is so important because we were there from different contexts, different realities, and we would like to share a framework, but we need that framework to be intersectional approach, as we were talking. We would like to improve data collection and analysis. Yeah, there is countries where is there, as we were talking yesterday, there are awesome data, there are awesome statistics, but there are some countries that we don't have that, so that is really important. And of course, ingoing allies, intentional work, and the call to action is really important, that we know that we all share these values, that OWSD share these values, that we as a university and all of us, as Dominica was saying, as Jacqueline was saying, we all share that. So that is important in leadership. We as a university know that we can, in our little region that is Atlantic, or is really, really, really small one, we can do at the Universidad Simón Bolívar the work ourselves. We have to connect to the other university because Universidad, the public university there, it has a lot of knowledge and we have to work together. So not only in the interregional, between in our own country, but we can share these values despite of our context, despite of our realities. And that is what we was doing last week, and that is actually why I'm here, to share with you these values that we agreed on last week. Thank you.
Excellent, Liliana. Jackie.
Okay. Yeah. So first on inter-regional collaboration. I think as a network, we work closely with IAP, Inter-Academy Partnership, and we are one of the 4 regional networks. And our interaction with IANAS, which is the America's equivalent of NASA, has got us to do projects, programs with women scientists that we would otherwise not do. So let me give you an example. IANAS is really big on Women for Science, and it's a flagship program for them. Because of that interaction, we made the Women for Science program a flagship one for us as well. What then did we do is to ensure that we highlight what African scientists are doing, not in terms of research, are doing to stay in the game. It's a totally different discussion if you're writing a publication, not on the science itself, but on what keeps you there. That publication had gotten so much demand, even for young people, because the language with which it is written, it's an inspiring tone. It's giving you the why I stayed on despite not getting funding. It gives you the reason of why I stayed on because I saw my community suffering from this particular disease they were pursuing. And for us, what that tells us is that for women, it's not just science for science sake. It's science that can impact and change the world. It's science that can change their society, that can ensure that their parents who are elderly are not ailing from diseases that are curable simply because they did not become a doctor. So those stories are so inspirational, but it came about that it's never always just about the science when you're dealing with women scientists. So that collaboration has helped us. We've also done research that try to promote cutting-edge research and ensuring that women researchers are also active in emerging fields. We're talking AI, biotechnology, green hydrogen, things that ordinarily it is the male counterparts who would be talking about. But because these are unique and new emerging fields, to have the voice of women scientists contributing to them has also ensured that there is collaboration between our continents, even Europe for this matter. Even when you talk about agricultural biotechnology, when the discussions was around genetically modified organisms. And at that time, I think there was controversy on the value add for GMOs in the country, just because we had women researchers at the forefront of discussing what would be the alternative or what would be the value of the research itself, shifted the discussion from the myths and the naysayers that we are getting for the research itself. I think our lesson there is that when we do collective research, when there's global cooperation frameworks within our organizations, then gender parity can be tracked. And it can be tracked as rigorously as scientists track publications, as scientists track patents. You put gender parity at that same level of tracking. Now, my concluding few remarks around transformation and leadership. For us, I think what we've discovered is that to have a lasting gender, not just equality, because if you pursue equality alone, then you get tokenism, because you end up saying, we have women represented. And woe unto you if you're a woman and you're black. I mean, if you fit the minority checkbox, then you'll just be there as a figurehead. But to have the value and change the mindset that equity is equally important, we've had to transform leadership so that it recognizes that both equality and equity is integral in scientific excellence. For institutional change, I think what this means, and I think Dominica has really said much about it, is embedding gender perspectives in research agendas and also on the funding calls, ensuring that women occupy decision-making roles and not as a token for representation, but also as agenda setters. But last and not least is to redesign the work so that cultures can accommodate diversity, flexibility, and also the gender roles that are important to women, even as they pursue science careers. This means that we have to use the influence that women have intentionally so that we get the other gender to support the significance of our contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. And Dominica has the tough part to wrap up also.
Okay, thank you. I will not answer your question in any particular order, Luisa, but I want to emphasize on how we do research as one of the key takeaways from this conversation. I appreciate IDRC for the condition that was set for applying for that particular grant. One of the conditions that was set was that you needed to get a letter of commitment from the institution. Actually, you were not supposed to study your own institution. You were supposed to study another institution, a different institution from the one that is employing you. And you needed to get a letter of commitment from that particular institution that the institution is committing to working with you for the duration of the project, and also to implement, co-create and implement the recommendations. So I was not with Women's University in Africa when I studied this particular case study of Women's University in Africa. But that condition on the grant made it easy to then sit down with university management and leadership and co-create solutions to the challenges that had been identified through the study. So one of the things around transformation relates to co-creation of solutions. That's a key takeaway from my experience with this particular initiative. Then, of course, wide stakeholder engagement, not during the study, but before you even study, get into the nitty-gritties of the study, engaging various relevant stakeholders. So for this particular initiative, we're to engage with university alumni, we're to engage with students, we're to engage with government, the private sector, civil society organizations, the national agency that is responsible for quality assurance, our accrediting body. So everybody was brought on board. So even in terms of implementation of the recommendations, everyone was on board. So that buy-in from stakeholders, engagement of stakeholders from inception, I thought it's also quite critical because it then leads to buy-in of the solutions and including implementation. So even when we come to government, our government is supporting. It's unfortunate the representative of the government is not in this meeting, but they've also realized the critical role that our university is playing in terms of gender integration. And the government itself has reached out to our university to support it in coming up with a gender integration strategy for our parent ministry. So one other thing that I've also seen is when in leadership, you also need to make valuable use of the space. As a university leader or as a leader in your own right. So it's not being in the boardroom for the sake of being in the boardroom. So you need to be influential. So influence around the issues of women and gender equality broadly. So what we have also done as Women's University in Africa is to go to the Association of African Universities and say to them, these issues are pertinent. And as Women's University in Africa, we can assist across Africa in terms of gender integration in universities. So we've been, through that engagement, I actually went to Ghana for that, to the headquarters of the Association of African Universities. And through that engagement, we are responsible, or we got the responsibility to integrate gender within the Association of African Universities. And through that, the Association of African Universities is an arm that is called Women in Higher Education Network. So that's the arm that we are actually interfacing with at the Association of African Universities level to ensure that gender is integrated across higher education in Africa. So male engagement is quite critical. We can't talk about transformation without male engagement. So in our initiatives, we try as much as possible to engage men and of course ensure that we have one voice. Amplification of the voices of women is quite critical. So this platform is very important. I am privileged to say from the network that IDRC has created for us, we have actually, with universities here in Colombia, we have had quite a number of engagements after our project. We have fostered the network and we have continued to interface and exchange. So these networks are also quite important because they give us platforms to share knowledge and experiences and also good practices and that are relevant to our context. We also harness those and continue to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominica. We have come to the end of our session. As we could see, effectively together we are stronger. We need to connect more to really assume these roles of leadership with responsibility that they come, and also with this influence that Dominica was talking about. Influence is very important. When we are part of these organizations, we need to influence more. And we are knowledge brokers, as I always say. And as knowledge brokers, we are empowered. We are empowered to talk with the community, with the policymaker, with the other colleagues at the university, with the other colleagues at the OWSD. So just as a wrap-up thought, just think about yourself as a knowledge broker and empower yourself with that thought. Thank you very much.
Last minute, there was really value addition in what you. Yeah.
Wow, impressive.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Oh yeah.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Nos estamos aproximando
Well,
al cierre,
it seems like we are approaching
a la
the
finalización
end
del tercer diálogo
and wrap up of this third interregional dialogue between Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean on education and development. These have been very intense and productive work days.
por su participación.
We want to thank you for your participation, for your continued commitment.
De cada uno de ustedes no sería posible
Without each one of your efforts, this would not have been possible.
para llegar hasta aquí, quienes han hecho
Those of you who have crossed over the Atlantic
para llegar hasta
to get here
muchísimas gracias.
and that have come from all corners of our regions, thank you so much.
Productivos si realmente participamos.
Now, these opportunities are truly productive if we truly participate and come to own them. There's no use in coming here, listening to conferences and giving conferences if we're not each contributing from our own experiences, our personal outlooks, our institutions.
Y realmente,
That's what allows for the enrichment of these processes.
simplemente para que sepan,
Just so that you know, we have had to make some last minute adjustments.
un par de personas
Nothing serious, but a couple people
de salud
in our team have had health breakdowns, including Elizabeth Colucci. She was in charge of this panel. I have her I have her report here. Since she's so organized, she has sent it to me, and so I will be reading it since she's not going to be here, unfortunately.
En este momento voy a invitar a Elizabeth Bernal
I would like at this time to ask Elizabeth Renaud from Ascun to join me on stage, as well as Eugenie Kaitesi from the University of Pretoria in Rwanda. If you can please join me here on stage.
Adelante. Sí, sí, sí. La idea es que se han estado recogiendo
So,
todos los aportes
we have been listening attentively and collecting all contributions and comments and ideas that have been afforded both in plenary and parallel sessions to produce a final report. At this time, however,
ideas
we're going to be sharing some main ideas and takeaways for all of us to know what they are.
las principales ideas
Eugenie is going to provide a summary and some ideas and concrete actions that may have been detected and drawn to promote this Latin America, Caribbean, Africa, and Europe collaboration, including parallel sessions 3, 8, and 11, besides the, OWSD General Assembly point of view.
las principales ideas
On her part, Elizabeth is going to be pointing out the main ideas drawn from parallel sessions numbers 1, 4, 9, and 10, besides, of course, a general overview of what we have been doing. And Elizabeth Colucci was tasked with offering us a summary of the main ideas drawn from the remaining plenary, or rather parallel sessions, and the general event. At this time, I would like to ask Eugenie, you can come to the podium or you can remain seated as you wish. Eugenie.
Thank you. Warm welcome to this special afternoon session. It's always an interesting one in conferences because we are fighting biology. I hope you had a wonderful lunch and enjoyed it. I think my job here is the easiest one. And I want to start with expression of gratitude to the organizers, especially OWS and Obriel for putting this conference together. I think I speak on behalf of other members that this has been such an enriching and profound platform. It is the first time in my case to sit in a hall where people talk about you and what you do, and that was really amazing. Also, a big thanks to the Colombian government, particularly the Minister of Science and Technology, for spending special time with us yesterday. And it was almost watching a role model live out their life in front of you. So I thought I should start with an expression of gratitude. The second part is just briefly talking about the key highlights of the sessions that we had, particularly this third session and the 8th session that had focus on women in science. And we looked at issues around case studies of research done on barriers and inequities of women and gender issues. And we had case studies on research funded by the British Council, and I think it was Brazil and Colombia cases where we looked at, we heard about what they've been doing and the research they did. We saw research done by Zimbabwe, Mexico, and I think Colombia yet again. And what we learned there is that it is important to contextualize research that we do around women, and we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach. And that was one of the key highlights, that we must do research on women involvement in science and other sectors with context in mind, rural versus urban, indigenous groups, and everything that makes women to be women should be a part of the process of research, as well as interventions that we put in place. The other key highlight was that we must look at interventions and initiatives from a systems approach, other than just a one silo context approach. And looking at the access issues from the onset of getting women into science, retention of women in scientific careers, as well as involvement of women in leadership. That also came through quite strongly. The other element is also a systems issue to look at micro issues. So what is the role of culture and family context in how we protect women in science and how we retain them? What are the roles of institutions, and what role does policy play in this? And we also yesterday looked at a session that looked at data and its role and impact in how we look at research into women and their participation in science. I think the other session, and I think this is very relevant to OWS, is that we must look at numbers and stories in assessing evidence. And I think OWS did that very well in yesterday's afternoon session, where we looked at numbers of women that have been impacted by the programs they offer, but also the stories, and that the story of one woman infers impact beyond them. It infers impact in their circles of influence. If we have a woman who leads an organization here, we're looking at impact of her own life, but also the lives that are associated with her. That was also important to note. And then we had an intimate session on gender-based violence, particularly, and sexual harassment. And it was interesting to see how women, irrespective of where they are in their career path, that they are not immune to these issues, and therefore institutions must create a safe space for women in science and women in general. So that was important. And lastly, I want to reflect on OWS General Assembly. I think this has created an opportunity for us as members to reflect and appreciate that we are actually a privileged few, and that there's a lot of other women, impactful women, that are not reached. And therefore, we ask everyone who is here, stakeholders, funders, organizations that have interest of women in science, to really partner with OWS and get more women involved in this important organization. We also see that we are not spectators. We have a role to play. And for communities and society to truly transform, we have to get women at the center of every discussion. So we ask that this is not a once-off event, that this actually create a platform for more partnerships. And for every opportunity we get, women must not be an A or B, but rather a center of attention. Because when women are involved, nations change and societies are transformed. I think I'll end my session there. Thank you very much.
Eugene, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Eugenie. Indeed, this cooperation that has been done, that has taken place over the course of these 3 days, simultaneously with the OWSD General Assembly, sought and have sought to highlight the importance of women in all fields, which is what will help us most to continue to make progress in the world. This is Elizabeth. You now have the floor on the sessions that you observed, and also general observations from the Colombian Association of Universities. Juan Guillermo, thank you so much, and Eugenie, thank you for such inspiration. We indeed have to transform inspiration into action and action into transformation. The discussions that were held in the parallel sessions were extremely rich. And I don't mean to oversimplify by summarizing, but I will seek to highlight some of the most important points. One parallel session tackled the issue of energy, climate change, and food security. If we talk about common challenges, indeed, in the session, we learned of some figures that tell us of the current situation, some of which are worsening. So clearly, this is something we need to work on, and that we need to work on urgently. One of the proposals that were put forth had to do with generating a platform that may allow us not just to carry out actions of research and collaborative work, but also that those actions be made visible. We were talking about how some groups are working to some extent in the same direction, but they're not aware of what the other groups are doing in that same direction. We also talked about the need to strengthen existing networks, to strengthen financing sources, to continue to advocate politically at the interregional level, and to put forth specific programs. There was mention also of initiatives that are happening in different countries across regions in that direction. Another interesting parallel session was an analysis on equality, seen from the perspective of students, male and female alike. It was a very important working group, and of course, the message was that it's very important to have students be a part of these conversations, that we need to listen to students and have them in the conversation. And we also were offered a very comprehensive view of higher education where it's not just about access, and where equality depends not just on access, but also on what conditions are existing that allow you to stay in education, to graduate, what training you're getting, how your well-being is while you're studying at the institution. And a clear message from that session was that access alone is not a solution. Yes, we need to guarantee and increase access, but what happens once a student is onboarded, and what do we need to focus on to help all students get through higher education? In the 9th parallel session, we talked about AI for local development. There we heard very specific proposals. One of them was to set up an interregional observatory. And the discussion focused greatly also on ethics and on regulation, which is a debate that is being held in many countries. I'm going to tell you a story of how last semester in Colombia, 9 different bills were put forth seeking to regulate AI, and we found that they didn't have a consensus on what AI is. Some sectors wanted very, very fine print in the law. Other sectors were advocating for more flexibility to ensure that our countries do not stay behind in these AI developments. That session focused on discussing ethics in AI and in the use of AI, which is a debate that both regions ought to continue having. And then the 10th working group or session talked about vocational, technical, and technological training, and how these 3 types of training relate or tie in with the future of work. We heard some very interesting viewpoints where the need to link that type of training with higher education needs to be kept into account. So we need to strengthen those bonds between higher education and vocational education. We talked about the national certification frameworks and how we can have a conversation within the regions and amongst the regions so that there can be a recognition of this type of vocational, technological, and technical training, and to have it be more productive when talking to the industrial sector and sectors. So that's what was said in large strokes in the 4 sessions that I had the pleasure to observe. Now, as for general observations, from the perspective of the association I represent, ASCUN, we think that there's a result, like a tangible outcome, which is we've exchanged contact details. We've met people who are making strides in projects that are interesting to us and our organizations. So we already have a concrete outcome by the mere fact of having spent these 3 days together. Then there are other levels of intervention within the proposals that have been put forth. There's the connection or bonding, building linkages portion, but also how we can produce sub-projects or sub-networks that may allow us move forward. These subgroups or sub-projects, of course, will have the participation of already existing networks. Those are the national associations and the regional institutions, as well as the institutions, the government institutions, to continue to push forth these initiatives. Then we have the macro project level and looking for financing for those projects to become a reality. In that respect, OWSD plays a main role. They are the observer of sorts of how these relationships between different regions of the world continue to move forward and how they can help us find financing. And then the fourth level, which is something that Oreal has constantly been interested in, as well as have these dialogues, precisely because of the plenary that we will have soon after this discussion, and that is political advocacy. So we talked oftentimes about how academia has to, in a more decided and strategic way, advocate to be able to overcome differences between governments. So we talked about political participation and advocacy. So I think this leaves us with some very interesting points to continue to pursue at the Oreal level and each one of your associations and all those of us who are members of these associations. And I'd like to wrap up with something that we usually do in this type of gathering, where surely every person walks away with something, like they're bringing back something. So, if you could use one word to describe what you're bringing back with you, what you're taking home with you, what would you say? What word would you use? One word only.
Empowerment. Thank you. Another word? Trust. Joy. Friendship. Humanity. Collaboration. Responsibility. Supporting. Resilience. Hope. Love. Emotions. Future. Respect. Agenda. A lot of emails without response. Muchísimas gracias, porque lo más importante.
Thank you very much, because what is most important here is what you can take away home with you. Thank you very much. Well, now we are going to read out a document prepared by Elizabeth Colucci. It reads as follows. During days 2 and 3, the plenary sessions and parallel sessions showed the vitality of international cooperation in higher education, science, innovation, and sustainable development between Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean and other partner regions. Inclusive education and science for development. We highlighted the need of conceiving diversity as a strength and not as a barrier in higher education. We highlighted regional policies such as CESA, STISA, and BIRESC that constitute a solid foundation for South-South cooperation. We proposed establishing joint programs for inclusion, thematic networks, and data exchange mechanisms. We also proposed a specific program between Africa and the Caribbean with cultural, technological, and educational exchanges, shared challenges, and autonomy in research. We emphasize on the importance of defining our own agendas from the Global South and building associations based on trust with clear frameworks and a common vision. Education, research, and development, an interregional vision. The panel showed experiences involving stakeholders from different regions, including China and Europe, China through UNESCO and World, and Europe, Euraxis, emphasizing on the fact that solid partnerships are the key to success. Indigenous knowledge, we recommended creating an open network of associations and experts to promote joint efforts on ancestral knowledge and integrality, also involving regular publications that can shed light on this knowledge. Peace building and resilience. We propose strengthening relationships between universities and communities to foster peace and social cohesion. We highlighted best practices such as virtual universities in the context of crisis, resilience education, and joint research in social innovation. The concept of classrooms in the community were key to highlight the transformative role of students. Joint education between Africa and Latin America. A pilot project between the Pan African University and Argentinian universities showed the potential of collaborative education. They recommended scaling the initiative, including the Caribbean, and incorporating triangular cooperation with Europe. They also suggested establishing an academic forum between Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and joint scholarship programs. Data for policy drafting. They presented advances in the use of regional data in Africa and experiences in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Kenya in digital infrastructure and information management. They identified challenges such as the urban-rural gap and data security, but also significant achievements, including the inclusion of gender equality in development plans and specific metrics to measure the participation of women in science. This conference reaffirmed the value of interregional partnerships in mutual learning and trust-based cooperation. The commitments and recommendations set a roadmap for a more inclusive cooperation that is also resilient and focused on specific results in education, science, and sustainable development. This would be the summary of the key points because we are highlighting some of the ideas that you have contributed in the different sessions. We hope that we can incorporate this in a written document that we will be sharing through OWSD platform. And also, we will be sending it via email for those of you who are interested in having this information. To conclude, Eugene, would you like to give your closing remarks?
Thank you so much. Again, a big thanks for the opportunity to partake in these important discussions. I think what I would say is from a regional integration perspective, we acknowledge that we share a lot of challenges, but we also share lessons and values. And we must tap into those to expand on these discussions, but not just discussions, to put what we say in action. And a call to continue supporting women. Truly, we all know that we've been affected by women in different perspectives. And particularly women in science are really changing the world. And in spaces where we work, we come here, we have women from 50 different countries, and it's unusual, but very unique to find women from all corners of the world sitting together with the same purpose and same vision. Please join us and partner with us to change this beautiful world of ours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, would you like to give your closing remarks? Well, of course, we face the challenge of how to continue our work, how to not lose these relationships that we have created in this event. And of course, one of the ideas that we heard over and over again is that we need to create a platform so that we can all stay in touch. I think that that is the big challenge ahead of us. And after this event, we would like to revisit these ideas so that we can send out the message that we are going to prepare ourselves for the next dialogue, but we are not going to wait until then to continue our discussions. I think that this is a powerful message. And also from the Colombian Association of Universities, this starts at the local level, but we have global intention. So we need to remind ourselves that we need to be connected to our roots and our identity. And from that perspective, we need to continue establishing dialogue with other countries and other regions. South-South dialogues and triangular dialogues should not just be about changing the stakeholders involved in the dialogue, but rather changing the way of conversing between us and setting the final goals for that dialogue. Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth and Eugene. So now we are going to take a short break. We kindly ask you to not leave the room. We will be making some arrangements on stage and we will go into the closing session. We kindly ask that you stay in the room. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación, vamos a dar inicio a la
Well, now we would like to begin the official closing ceremony for this third interregional dialogue. We want to thank you all for your participation
tranquilidad y paciencia en el salón.
and for your patience in staying inside the room.
Iniciar con
We will start this session with a special activity because as a result of these dialogues and these engagements and the commitment shown by the commissioner traveling all the way to Colombia to facilitate these dialogues, and also given the commitment of the minister and representing the Colombian government and to welcome us and be willing to advancing in these dialogues. And both the African Commission represented by the commissioner as well as the Colombian government represented by our minister, they have agreed to sign a declaration of intention between the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Colombia, the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation of the African Commission, in order to promote strategic collaboration in education, science, technology, and innovation between the two parties. I would like to invite the minister to join us on stage, and also His Excellency Commissioner Gaspar Bayanquimon. We kindly ask you to come on stage. Thank you.
en este momento tenemos la firma protocolar de
So now both parties would continue with the protocol signing of the statement of intent, and they will be signing in 2 copies so that each party preserves the original version. We won't hear any remarks for now. That'll come afterwards, and now we will continue with the signing of the document. Thank you. We hope that by signing the statement of intent, we can then move forward with specific actions, not just between Colombia and Africa, but the whole of Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. We are thankful for your willingness to establish this cooperation. Thank you. We kindly ask you to remain on stage. We kindly ask you to stand up to take the official picture of this exchange of documents.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. We kindly ask you to stay on stage again. Juan David, can you please take the official documents? And now we are going to take away the table and we are going to add 2 more seats, and now we will continue with the closing remarks for this session. We would like to invite the former commissioner on stage, Mr. Mohamed Belousim. Thank you very much for joining us today and for helping us moderate this session. Well, once they bring the chairs on stage, we would like to ask Oscar Dominguez, the Executive Director of the Colombian Association of Universities, to also join us on stage for the closing remarks. I will be speaking in French. His Excellency, Madam Yesenia Olaya, Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Colombia, my dear brother Gaspar, Commissioner of Education, Science, and Technology of the African Union, and Mr. Oscar Dominguez, the Director of ASCUN and Vice President of OWSD. Thank you for honoring us with your presence in this panel. And also, we want to congratulate both of you for the signing of the Statement of Intent. We have come to the end of this third interregional dialogue on education and development in Latin America, Africa, the Caribbean, and Europe. Based on the experience of the first 2 dialogues and all the processes in between that took place in this 3rd edition of the dialogue, we sought to give a retrospective perspective about the actions and the discussions. But this has also been a search for solutions and opportunities to strengthen South-South cooperation between our regions, as well as triangular cooperation with northern countries. I would like to share some conclusions with you of my own that, of course, do not substitute the official conclusions that will be presented soon. To begin, the presentations by the 2 vice chairs established the framework of the African Union and the Latin American Union of Universities that highlighted the perspectives of Latin America and the Caribbean as well as Africa. And we also heard from the Vice President of Colombia, the first Afro-descending woman in occupying this role. And she said that Africa runs in our veins. We also heard the political dialogue, and this was a call to action for all of us. Some important ideas were mentioned. First, we need to build bridges between bilateral frameworks and global cooperation frameworks. Every region is aware they have knowledge and are responsible for contributing to global development. Second, institutional coordination and the network of networks in order to connect all science stakeholders and education partners involved. And we have heard about specific examples that allow us to remove barriers. For example, the cooperation between the Pan-African Association of Universities and the Argentinian University. And then we also heard about placing women and the youth in the heart of these partnerships. Every woman who becomes a scientist or that decides to embark on a scientific path is a new example for future generations. Universities are a way of incorporating these wills because they are an active agent of international diplomacy. Science and innovation go hand in hand, and we cannot have one without the other, although sometimes it might be complicated. As a matter of fact, exclusion comes at a diplomatic, social, and economic and moral cost. And we cannot have development without inclusion, and we cannot have inclusion without education. Also, the multidisciplinary approach was mentioned. We need to collaborate with entities, even non-scientific organizations. There are advantages pertaining to social advantage and regulatory advantages, as well as others that go hand in hand with social development, together with the need of promoting artificial intelligence products that are not hegemonic, so that we diversify, so that we incorporate diversity. Remember that we need to consider the global image of sustainable development goals, and on the other hand, the international challenges, specifically the increase of populist narratives. Through these dialogues, we highlight that OWSD should expand into two areas. First, we need a geographic expansion into Asia, China specifically, and also towards the Middle East with the Association of Arab Universities that intends to join this process. And they have also proposed to hold the fourth interregional dialogue in Cairo 2026. These are networks that already exist in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa, and they have already started this initiative as well as others. And this is a recognition of the unique role of OWSD since its inception, that fosters the respect for differences, equality in partnerships, and celebrates singularity. As I told OWSD's team, keep it up. I will now give the floor in the following order. First, to Her Excellency, Minister Yesenia Olaya, Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Colombia, followed by Professor Gaspar Banyankimbona, Commissioner of SD of the African Union, and to conclude, my dear friend Oscar Ramirez, Executive Director of ASCON and Vice President of OWSD, so that they can give us their final remarks. Her Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everyone of all genders here present. I would like to start out this closing session by giving special greetings and a special thanks to our distinguished commissioners, representatives of the African Union, and colleagues, as well as representatives of universities from Latin America and the Caribbean. This includes women researchers, young researchers, and authorities in terms of science, technology, and innovation, all of whom participated in this space. Commissioner Gaspar Bayanquimbona, thank you. Also, Mr. Nicolás Patrici from Aureal, Juan Guillermo Olles, Oscar Dominguez from Ascun, and to the Deputy Chairperson, Olokulagwa Babalova, representative of the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. My most sincere thanks and acknowledgement for making this gathering a possibility where we have heard diverse voices from diverse geographies, different positions politically speaking and otherwise vis-a-vis science, technology, innovation, and academic training in our countries, always seeking a shared target to build more just, equitable, and equal societies. Warm greetings on behalf of the government of Colombia and our President Gustavo Petro, who has reaffirmed our country's commitment with the South-South cooperation and to make it more just, solidary in nature, and transformative. We are deeply honored to have been the host of this third interregional dialogue on education and development, which gathered in Bogota delegations from more than 50 countries and associations across Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, Europe, and elsewhere. This is a global gathering where our peoples recognize each other as partners in building the future in recognition of sustainability, social justice, and culture. This process owes its existence to the sustained commitment of CELAC pro tempore chairmanship, starting with Argentina in 2023, which for the first time drove this initiative. We have demonstrated how interregional cooperation is not an option, but rather a strategic partnership, a partnership that allows us to confront global challenges. The African Union's constant support, that of their authorities, institutions, and universities, is yet a confirmation of how relevant and important this space is. It's not just about furthering academic cooperation, but it's about weaving political partnerships that are long-lasting and that are based on knowledge, trust, reciprocity, and mutual respect. Allow me to be clear. Scientific cooperation, in our view, is no luxury, but rather a geopolitical imperative, and this gathering is an expression of that. Science is the pillar of sustainable development, and yet it requires an honest, transparent, and permanent dialogue, as well as effective collaboration and the policies that support it. We have taken on this commitment in Colombia based on policies and on scientific outlooks that gear research to solve the big challenges of our time, and this reflects our conviction that science ought to be at the service of life, equity, and common well-being. As such, in our view, emerging technologies, as is AI, ought to be a bridge that joins together technological sovereignty strategies in such a way that we can build a world led by new knowledges that can transcendentally impact the existence of our peoples. In this way, knowledge is transformative only when people are free, creative, and critical. That's why in Colombia we have proposed with the European Union to continue working on driving and strengthening the strategic partnerships to train our experts and scientists by promoting exchanges, scientific cooperation, and exchanges with Africa and the Caribbean. I'd like to highlight a very important point. Women in science are the very heart of this transformation. That is how we will continue to work tirelessly on making sure that women continue to be at the forefront of knowledge. Based on the partnerships that we're building with the African Union, we will be opening up new doors for cooperation for women academic exchanges, transfers of knowledge, and building of multilateral projects that may allow us to continue to close gender gaps. Now, we are tasked with pushing this process forward. We want to thank the government of Egypt and the Arab Union of Universities for hosting the next interregional gathering so that we can hear more voices and perspectives as part of this dialogue. That is how the Mediterranean and Arabic worlds, in times in which we're facing many challenges in terms of peace, is summoning us to be their partners from a place of building, of science, and of peace. Canada, countries of Europe, China have participated in what has been a completely horizontal and inclusive dialogue. In order to move forward, we need to strengthen our financing mechanisms, and we need to mobilize resources jointly in such a way that these commitments become tangible outcomes. I want to thank each one of you from the bottom of my heart, especially those who have flown from so far to be here in Colombia, the country of beauty. Your dedication is the fuel of this process, and a special acknowledgement to our OWSD colleagues. Without their work, their tireless commitment from Barcelona, this platform wouldn't be alive. And it's a very important platform. I am convinced that with your support, we will come to Cairo with visible and concrete progress. It has been an honor for the government of Colombia, represented by the Minister and the Ministry of Science, Innovation, and Technology, to host you in our country. We hope you walk away not just with the memory of our hospitality, but the certainty that we are building a future together, a future that holds more science, more inclusion, and more equality, so that no one stays behind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, I will remember these words you have spoken, whereby cooperation is not an option, but rather mandatory. With this, and after listening to such inspiring words, we're ready to hear from the Commissioner Banjan Kimbona, charged with the task of overseeing education, science, and technology in the African Union. Thank you so much, dear outgoing Commissioner.
So thank you very much for being part of this journey. Your Excellency, Minister Yesenia Olaya, dear colleagues and friends, allow me to go that way because we have been in a dialogue for the last 4 days. So if we have not become friends, at least we are colleagues. So let us take it that way, but all protocol observed. A very good afternoon, good evening. Your Excellency, actually you have said it all. I have to say that you have preempted my feeling as drafted in my small speech. But I cannot disappoint the whole delegation that came from Africa and just, give it out without speaking. So allow me to just speak the same thing in different way. So, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, as we draw this dialogue to a close, we do so with conviction, the conviction that the spirit of genuine partnership that has animated our conversation must now be translated into tangible action that touches the lives of our people. This third edition of our inter-regional dialogue has once again proven its relevance and appeal. What began as a promising conversation has grown into a dynamic platform now attracting new voices, new perspective, and new commitments. We warmly welcome our colleagues from China, I believe they are still in the room, whose participation signals the potential of expanding to global regions and attractiveness of this particular dialogue and a shared vision. All the heart of this progress lies a deep and deliberate commitment to move beyond speeches and symbolic declarations. This signing of declaration of intent between the African Union Commission through the Department of Education, Science and Technology and Innovation and the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation of Colombia is not an end point, but a launchpad. It's grounded both in the African new approach through Agenda 2063 and its associated strategies and policy guiding documents, but also and most importantly in Colombia's clear and strategic policy orientation towards Africa, a vision championed with clarity and conviction by Her Excellency the Minister, Yesenia Olaya, and Vice President, Her Excellency Francia Marquez. Their leadership reminds us that true partnership is rooted not only in shared challenges, but historical affinities, cultural solidarity, and a common destiny. Thank you very much for that vision. The declaration that we just signed must now give rise to concrete initiative. Joint research programs, student research mobility, mutual recognition of qualification, and the interregional knowledge hub focused on green skills, digital transformation, and gender equality. These are the building blocks of a polycentric world where knowledge flows freely and excellence is recognized wherever it emerges from. I also wish to express our profound gratitude to the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for generously offering to host the next edition of the dialogue in 2026. This continuity is vital to sustaining this particular momentum that we are having. Our appreciation goes, and it's a special appreciation to Aubrier Global, to the Association of Colombian Universities, to the EAN Universidad, where we are today, and all institutions or individuals, because some of them were acting openly, some others were behind the scene, but feel appreciated in your role for this particular successful conference. It showed actually your dedication, highlighted the picture of what collaborative action looks like in action. I would also like to extend our deepest appreciation to all plenary speakers and panelists who enriched our sessions with their insight, expertise, and passion. This dialogue owes its deep and dynamism to your thoughtful contribution, your willingness to listen, challenge, and co-create solutions across continent, which exemplifies the very essence of an international, of what an inter-regional dialogue should be. After all, what is a dialogue? It's an English word, by the way. I'm not good in English, but I believe it's about listening, not only speaking. It's about listening and trying to find, a common ground that can help us, to sort out a number of common challenges, but also to enjoy, shared prosperity. On behalf of my boss, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, I reaffirm the full institutional commitment of the African Union Commission to this interregional dialogue between Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and Europe, and any other region that will be willing to join at any time for any reason. The Commission will ensure sustained engagement, actively support resource mobilization initiatives, and initiate the necessary policy alignment to transform the outcome of this dialogue into concrete programs that serve our youth, researchers, and innovators across our continent. I strongly advise, as I conclude, all of us to leave Bogota with a great sense of renewed purpose. Our continent needs doers, builders, and co-creators than declaration. So even myself, I don't matter in this move if I remain just the one who will be delivering declarations like this one. Anyway, you will forgive me. The African Union is ready to walk this path with good willing partners like you, shoulder to shoulder, turning vision into impact and dialogue into development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gaspar. How can we translate our debates into concrete action? You yourself started out by signing this statement of intent with Her Excellency, the Minister of Science, Innovation, and Technology, which is testament of this union and this commitment of both institutions. Now I would like to yield to Mr. Oscar Dominguez, Executive Director of ASCUN Colombia and Vice President of OWSD. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, High Commissioners of the African Commission visiting us, thank you so much. The effort of what you have put forth and your expressions and the sentiments that you have communicated are proof of how much it has all been worth it. The effort, the sacrifice, but also the opportunity to sit down and look in the mirror and recognize ourselves in each other. We recognize ourselves as communities that are responsible for bringing about transformation to our societies. I want to especially thank you, Madam Minister. I want to tell you all who are here, many of you might not know this, but I first want to thank her for taking us seriously. When you arrived at the ministry, you one day got this letter from OWSD and ASCUN inviting you to Addis Ababa. And you were so humble that you accepted the invitation. She went. The Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Colombia responded to a brief note submitted by OWSD and by ASCUN, represented here in Colombia. Again, OWSD represented by ASCUN here in Colombia. And she accepted the invitation, but her generosity didn't stop there. In Addis Ababa, as perhaps I mentioned in the opening remarks, she committed to host us in Colombia. And look at the level of detail with which the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation managed to make this a reality and to take advantage of an opportunity whereby our guests coming not just from Africa, but also Europe, the Latin American Caribbean as well, all came together to share the agenda that has been shared over the last very intense 3 days. Everything that has been said by the High Commissioners and by Her Excellency the Minister is true, and I can only echo all of their expressions, but I would like to propose some thoughts from the university world. You know, in the end, how most of us who are here came to higher education institutions focusing on science, technology, and innovation, perhaps, and certainly pursuing an ideal that we share as individuals. The ideal to do things that can help transform our societies for the better. And that's why I would like to echo what the High Commissioners have said, as well as the Minister. Just think of the National Development Plan and what it's betting for. It's calling itself Colombia Power of Life, World Power of Life. Just think of it, how powerful that is. Global power of life. Just to think about it is a challenge, and to believe it is a challenge for our societies, for our communities, and surely you got the message from our government, not just based on the remarks by the minister, but also by the opening remarks delivered by Her Excellency, the Vice President of Colombia, and how privileged we are and how joyful we are of having all of you here. As is the case with university people, so stiff at times, I'd like to add different ways of presenting what the High Commissioners and what the Minister have said. So one first aim has to do with academic cooperation as a driver for global change. Today, for many of you, especially in this morning's panels, we heard two very important thoughts that I like to repeat when I'm talking to other academics, other scholars. This morning, the ambassador of Chile and the rector of the Colombian School of Engineering, they talked about something that I think is worth bringing back to this closing. The fact that we are currently in a situation in which we have 18th century institutions, 19th century professors, and 21st century students. What a challenge. And so if you think of academic cooperation as a driver for global change, yes, it does make us think of all the problems that have been mentioned: digitalization, equity, gender. It's something that it's been made clear in this dialogue we have made progress on and that we must continue making progress on. A second aspect or conclusion that one could draw in the best way possible, if you think of the executive directorship of ASCUN, it's the renewed approach on the architecture of knowledge from the perspective of horizontal collaboration. The minister referred to it, and so did the commissioner. There's different ways of collaborating in knowledge is something we must continue working on. And surely, well, maybe tomorrow some of you can join that event which we proposed, so that now the universities, both from Africa and Colombia, can have a dialogue precisely to look at horizontal collaboration and cooperation options, and that we can think of each other as peers. Another message that was cross-cutting to all conversations in the earlier panel is a concrete commitment for the joint action to face urgent challenges. Urgent challenges vis-a-vis higher education for equal access, academic mobility, digital transformation, AI, local knowledge, sustainable development, peace, resiliency, and inclusion. They are, I think, concrete commitments of a joint action along which we had many evidence during the plenaries. Without a doubt, as organizations, African, Caribbean, and Latin American associations here represented also have this institutional legacy to continue strengthening our country's education systems. We need to vindicate, dear all, now that we have our government's support as university members, let's vindicate the role of universities and of education in our societies. That's immensely valuable. And in this process of vindicating, yes, we're talking about institutional rankings and university rankings and strategic efforts as proposed by our colleagues from China participating in the different panels. Teachers as the center of transformation, researchers as actors of transformation, and universities altogether as agents who drive these actions so that we can continue moving forward and tackling the big challenges that we face. Of course, specifically for Colombia, and since I'm here representing the Colombian Association of Universities, we ought to be local support systems to continue moving this vigorous and powerful South-South and South-South-North agenda. The experience over the last 20 years where a very important thinker who's not here but who's observing us all the time, Ramon Torren, who has an all-seeing eye, and that is Nicolas Patrici's eye. Agustina Calabres, Marina Larrea, Florencia Burgues, also here with us, Miriam Apillo, Elizabeth Colucci, and Juan Guillermo Hoyos, representative of Obreal to Colombia. All of them have made this possible. And if I may, I will make a few more mentions. I would like to thank the tireless work in a supporting role from Luisa Fernanda, Ms. Figueroa, Sofia, Ms. Villarreal, all of whom for so many months worked to make this a possibility. Thank you. Thank you all of all genders. I would wrap up by saying, on behalf of Obreal and of the Colombian Association of Universities, of course, again, acknowledging the minister and the government of Colombia. Again, thank you, Minister. 68 years ago in Colombia, we took one slogan quite seriously, that we would be transforming universities to build societies, and that's what we have been doing. Thank you so much, and happy travels.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you very much for your inspiring words. I would also like to respond to your comments. I was a commissioner until March 2025, and I must say that your efforts and everything that you did so that our dear friend, the minister, would travel to Addis Ababa, because that actually heightened the event and that showed the political commitment and also strengthened the concept of interregional dialogue that attracts more participants by the day. I think that you were a key stakeholder in this effort. I want to congratulate you for this. Thank you very much. I am being told that unfortunately the minister must leave now. So I would like to ask the other two panelists to remain on stage while the minister leaves the room. Thank you.
Coloca los otros tres menos el uno. Okay, thank you. We go on. Okay. Okay, we are going to go on now, and I'm shifting to English. We are running a little bit out of time, so I am going to, before we listen to the general conclusions of the third dialogue that will be read to us by Mr. Nicolas Patrici, Director of Strategies in Obreal, Spain, we will give an opportunity to Mrs. Tonia Bloens from OWSD, Italy, for a very short conclusion. Please, you have the floor, madam.
Oh, that makes me feel a lot better, thank you. It's such a great honor and a privilege to be up here in front of you all to say thank you for this opportunity to do this co-partnership of this amazing conference. I just wanted to give you a brief background as to how we got here. OWSD has over 11,000 members, and every 4 years we have our General Assembly, except that COVID fell in the middle of the last one. And so we haven't actually met in person in any form since 2016, when we were all in Kuwait City together, 300 women scientists in Kuwait City. We knew that we should have our next General Assembly in Latin America. And we also knew that we had a very strong national chapter in Colombia. We have 58 national chapters in 4 regions of the world: Latin America, Africa, Asia and the Pacific, and the Arab region. And then I attended the interregional dialogue in Addis Ababa last year, and I thought, if we're going to bring all of these women to Colombia, it would really make sense that they had a lot to do when they get here. And so we began talking with Obreal, and we decided that it was really worth the investment, both of the money and of the long, long journeys for so many of our participants. There are 160 women that we brought here. Many of them, as has been said before, traveled, I think the longest journey was over 40 hours. And they've come here with great determination to really not just enjoy themselves, but to really get something out of this occasion. And it just did seem like the perfect occasion, because we are such complementary organizations. I'm English, and I use the word complementary with the E instead of the I. Complementary, which means we are 2 sides that can offer something to the other. And so this idea of dialogue for us is not just about the 2 regions talking to each other, but it's about 2 different kinds of cohorts managing to communicate. How often do you get all of these early career women scientists from all of these developing countries in the same room, literally, with all of these policymakers? And just that very fact, I think, has been had an amazing impact on our women scientists. We'd love to hear from the policymakers if it's also had an impact on you. But do you understand how that feels to be actually, and we were so overjoyed to feel so central to this partnership, and to be recognized, and to be complete partners, and it has made a dramatic difference. So we thank you all for that incredible collaboration, and we really, really hope that this will continue. OWSD is actually in quite a critical moment in its 38-year history. Because of funding cuts, we have been quite dramatically hit, and actually 2 or 3 years ago, our funding was cut in half. And we've had to make some very quick and urgent decisions about how we spend our money. And so we're transitioning from what has been an organization focusing on giving funds and support to individual women scientists, you can see them all here, to moving towards systemic change, working with institutions, trying to work on a national and regional level, scaling up what we can do with very small funds and a tiny secretariat interest. We're all here, there are 4 of us. So I would like a big round of applause for my team. So we have to make the most of what we've got and who we are by partnering up with people and now suddenly, quite unashamedly, begging you for some funds. But we have so many projects and so many wonderful results to share. You are the people we need to talk to, and we are the women you need to consult, to include, to promote, to acknowledge, to appreciate, and even, I'm hoping, by the end of this week, to revere and respect. These women, you can see, are brilliant role models. The combination of formal plenaries and participation in more intimate panel sessions has been incredibly stimulating, I think, for our OWSD members. We've also had, alongside all of these presentations, we've had our own leadership training program, and we hope tomorrow in our own final concluding session to come up with a kind of call to action for where we want to go next. We're trying to call on our 11,000 members to come to some kind of consensus about how we should structure ourselves, how we go through decision making, how we allow democratic participation. It's very complicated, you can imagine. We've just had our elections, in fact, and tomorrow we will make a wonderful announcement of the new president that we hope you will all be able to participate and see. I would love to say as well that an unexpected highlight of this time that we have spent here in Bogota with you was the personal visit of the Minister of Science and Technology, Yesenia Olaya, who has had to leave, who requested a special meeting with OWSD members. She wanted to meet and speak with some women scientists from Africa, from Asia, from the Arab region, and from Latin America. And honestly, she came in the room and she was vulnerable. She was, it was an incredibly emotional time. We spent a long time with her, and she was authentic, genuine, but she was also powerful and caring. And it was that combination that really moved our participants. It was incredible for all of us to see this woman at the height of her career, a pregnant woman scientist who is Minister of Science and Technology, coming to visit us to talk to the scientists, really talk to them and listen, as we said. Listening is such an important part of dialogue. And it reminded all of us that caring must be an intrinsic part of the scientific endeavor. So many women find themselves apologizing for their family responsibilities, for their illnesses around pregnancy, around reproduction, apologizing for looking after the elderly, apologizing for having to get home and cook the dinner, apologizing for getting up early to clean the house, apologizing for falling asleep in the laboratory. We don't want to apologize anymore. We want you all to take on board that caring is an absolutely essential element of science. Without those so-called feminine qualities, there can be no scientific excellence. So we would love to thank you all again for having us here, and we hope you will welcome us again next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tonya, for these very inspiring words. Now we're going to listen to the general conclusions. Mr. Nicolas Patrici, you have the floor.
Muy bien, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, gracias por aguantar.
Good afternoon. Thank you for staying this long. And I have a speech that, according to my colleague Marina, she said that it's going to take me 20 minutes, but I am not going to read it out so that we can spare us all the suffering. The conclusions of the third interregional dialogue will be posted tomorrow on the website, so you can all read them. However, I would like to mention 3 things, just briefly. First, as my colleague Oscar Dominguez said, I would like to thank some people who weren't mentioned here and that should be recognized. My colleague who has been running around, laying cables and conducting interviews. And I also want to thank a person who has strengthened the relationship between the OWSD and OWSD, Jessica Peláez. A huge round of applause for her, too. What I had to tell you was already said. It's been summed up into a short introduction saying that the world is no longer the same world as the one that we had in 2022. It is actually a worse world that we are in, and that we have to think from and about that world. So I will mention a couple of points. The importance of reimagining cooperation from a polycentric and inclusive perspective. We can no longer think about one single center or 2. We should have many. Multilingualism as an expression, as a political expression of interregionalism. I think that this was mentioned already, but I would like to highlight it again. It's not about speaking my language, or it's not about others understanding it. It's about us understanding the language of grammar and the syntax of the others. It is always easier for the others to understand us than us understanding the other. And I believe that we need to move towards a world with more social justice, and the others always have to come before us. In that sense, grammar and syntax become critical. The third point has been mentioned many times, which is the fact that universities are and should continue being a strategic partner for development. And the fourth point would be that interregional cooperation must be expanded because it serves as the foundation of a multilateral system under question. Of course, the fact that we had decided that in this interregional dialogue we could undertake activities with UNESCO, both here as well as in China, this means that we could only advance in multilateralism if we promote it. This means that many others speak amongst them. And this is the other point that I wanted to mention. Tonya already mentioned it, and I will not repeat myself, but she said that the place of women are a fundamental pillar to think about development. This means that we cannot have development without it being feminist, and that does not consider women as a vital pillar in human development. All other barriers will drop down when you take on that premise. And as a closing remark, I would like to mention a shared challenge, because it is a challenge mentioned by the commissioner and by the minister and Obrial as well. It is a challenge of transforming these pillars of cooperation into specific action policies and instruments to obtain funds that allow us to implement our actions. It is not a minor challenge, given our context, but it is a worthwhile challenge. And the joint decision between the Colombian government and the African government in working towards a summit between both regions in the first semester next year forces us to do so. At OWSD, we will take on the responsibility of translating these ideas into partnerships and programs and projects that leave a tangible footprint. We will work with Latin America and the Caribbean, with the African Union, with the European Union, and with the University of Catalonia and all European governments that are called upon being part of the global gateway as presented this morning to establish projects and actions focused on development that we could push forward. We already started doing this, but unfortunately for me and my body, I have to be in Vienna in 3 days with a couple of colleagues here from different development and higher education agencies across Europe, and we created the Forum for Cooperation in Sustainable Development in Higher Education together. And we will be discussing on the funds for European and non-European developments in education. This means that we are taking the lead and we will try to push forward at all times. We cannot do this alone. We need your help. And I would like to conclude with a simple thesis and one single fact. The thesis is as following. Interregional cooperation is not an option nor a possibility among others. It is not an alternative. It is the only possibility that we have as regions, as governments and communities, and as human beings to face the world coming ahead of us, with more bridges, with others, and always with others. That is the thesis. It is simple. And the fact is also simple. It is a fact that should remain permanently open on the screen of our minds. The mean age in Africa, again, the mean or median age in Africa is around 19 years. In Europe, it is at about 43 years. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, it is at around 31 years. This in a context of opposing demographic growth rates between Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America. If we yearn for a world with more democracy, more equality, more social justice, we must invest in education and joint development with Africa at the meeting point, or as the meeting point. Thank you for your commitment to this forum and for this process and for joining us today. See you next year in Cairo. Shukran Jasilan.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. So there was no indication as to who would close definitely this. Okay, thanks. But before that, I'm going to make a very special exception and give the floor again to my friend Oscar to say some words before we declare closed this session. So, Oscar, you have the floor.
Gracias, Su Excelencia.
Thank you, His Excellency. Of course, when we try to organize these types of events for so many months, and at the end, we cannot forget some names behind this organization. However, Nico already mentioned one of those persons who we must not forget to acknowledge. Eloy, we want to thank you because you have been running up and down all throughout this organization. And Eloy, a huge round of applause for you again. And I also, in Addis Ababa, there was an important person that allowed us to be here in this auditorium today and at this university. Lucy Guerrero, where are you? Lucy, thank you very much for your work, Lucy. She she actually took on the responsibility of drafting the words of the vice minister, and she sat down with Brigitte Baptiste, the rector of EAN. And this dialogue finally allowed us to come to this. Thank you, Lucy, for your contributions. And we also want to thank Nicolas Patrizzi for all his work. As you have seen, he does not stop thinking about ideas and working on projects so that we can all continue with our work. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I did not want to forget mentioning these people. And also to the Ascuns team and Sophia, thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. The commissioner is Gaspar. I am Mohamed Belosin. My mandate stopped in March 2025. Thank you. So with this, I officially declare closed the third interregional dialogue on education and development. And I hope that all of you will be in Cairo with more commitment and more enthusiasm. Thank you.
Antes de irse, les pedimos por favor a todos y a todas que devuelvan sus
Before we leave, please
salida.
remind
No se vayan con los
yourselves
auriculares.
to drop off
Please,
your
everybody,
receivers
hand in
at the door.
Your translator devices, please.